Shame rarely speaks in a loud voice. It does not always arrive in the middle of the day while the hands are busy and the world is asking for simple, practical things. It rarely interrupts a market errand, a conversation over tea, or the folding of clothes before dusk with the dramatic force people expect from suffering. More often, shame waits. It waits until the room has dimmed, until the tasks are done, until no one is looking, until the body is finally horizontal and the mind, no longer defended by movement, begins to hear again the old inward sentences it tried all day not to repeat. Then shame comes closer, not always as memory, sometimes as posture, as the lowered eyes, as the breath that never quite drops, as the strange feeling that one old mistake has become larger than the life around it, as the secret belief that something broken long ago is the truest name you carry now. Many people think shame is simply guilt made heavier, but they are not the same. Guilt says, I did something wrong. Shame whispers, something is wrong with me. And because shame speaks in the language of identity, it is harder to put down. It can cling to a childhood mistake, to one public failure, to a tenderness never shown, to a single hour of weakness, to a life season we no longer know how to explain kindly. It can follow a person for years, changing not only what they remember, but how they stand, how they love, how much peace they believe they deserve. Tonight, these stories are for that part of the heart, the part that still lowers its eyes before an old memory, the part that still feels unworthy in ways no one around it fully sees, the part that has confused self-punishment with honesty for so long that rest itself begins to feel undeserved. We are not here tonight to deny the past, not here to say that pain was unreal, that mistakes were harmless, or that every wound can be made small by pretty language. We are here for something gentler and perhaps harder. We are here to loosen the grip of shame without lying about what happened, to learn story by story that the worst moment of a life is not the whole truth of a life. There will be 7 stories, 7 doors into shame, 7 ways the human heart can mistake one wound for an identity, and perhaps by the end, one quieter way back toward peace. So let the room grow softer around you. Let the forehead loosen. Let the jaw unclench if it wishes. Let the breath stop trying so hard. And come with me now into the first story. Story 1. The Girl Who Hid the Broken Bowl. In a mountain village where the roofs were dark with rain for half the year, and the morning smelled of wood smoke, wet earth, and rice steaming in lidded pots, there lived a girl who once broke a bowl and carried the sound of its breaking for much longer than anyone around her would have imagined. Her name was Lynn. The bowl itself was not royal porcelain, not some treasure passed through 10 generations with ceremonial gloves and whispered instructions. It was a household bowl, wide and deep, glazed in a soft blue that had faded around the rim from years of washing. But it had belonged to her grandmother before her mother. And because poor families often make heirlooms out of things they cannot easily replace, the bowl was spoken of with that tone reserved for ordinary objects, carrying more memory than appearance. Lynn was 8 when it happened. At that age, she had already learned certain invisible laws of the house. She knew how to sweep quietly when adults were tired. She knew which floorboard complained loudest under weight. She knew her father's silence was safer than his anger, but often harder to read. She knew her mother loved fiercely and worried practically, and that practical worry, when stretched thin by labor and money and weather, could harden into sharpness with very little warning. She also knew that useful children are forgiven faster than careless ones. This is something many children understand long before they have language for it. Lynn was trying very hard to be useful. She rose early, folded blankets badly but sincerely, carried kindling in both arms, though the splinters caught her sleeves, rinsed greens in cold water that numbed her fingers, fed scraps to the chickens in the yard with a seriousness that made her younger cousin laugh. She liked being praised, yes, but more than praise, she liked the feeling of making herself necessary. Necessary felt safer than lovable. On the afternoon the bowl broke, rain had trapped everyone indoors. The house smelled of damp straw sandals, ginger tea, and laundry that would not dry properly no matter where it was hung. Her mother was in the back room sorting lentils. Her father was mending a basket handle near the open doorway, where the light was strongest. An aunt had arrived with a cough and 2 stories she meant to tell before evening. The whole house held that crowded weather in which every movement must angle itself around someone else's breath. Lynn wanted to help. Her mother, distracted, told her to carry the blue bowl from the washing shelf to the table. It was not a difficult task. That fact mattered later. Hard tasks leave more room for self-forgiveness. It is the simple ones that shame likes best. The bowl was still slightly wet from washing. Her hands were small. The floor beneath her feet had a slickness from rain carried in on sandals. She lifted the bowl carefully, feeling the cool, curved weight against her palms. Then someone laughed in the back room. She turned her head for only a second. A second is enough. The bowl slid, hit the edge of the table, turned once in the air with a terrible grace, and shattered on the packed earth floor. The sound it made was not explosive, not cinematic, just the hard, clean report of ceramic becoming many pieces too quickly for a child's heart to follow. Everyone in the room looked up. This is what remained with Lynn for years, not only the sound, but the upward movement of adult eyes toward her in the same instant. Rain on the roof. Her father's hand paused over the basket handle. Her mother at the back room threshold. The aunt holding stillness and sympathy in one face without having time to choose which to show first. Lynn's own hands, suddenly empty. Children often believe the moment after a mistake reveals their truest self. She looked down at the blue shards and felt not merely that she had broken something. She felt with the enormous, absolute logic children bring to fear that she was the kind of person who breaks what matters. Her mother said her name, not loudly, but with the flattened tone used by tired adults when frustration has not yet become anger and could still tilt either way. Lynn. That single word was enough. Heat rose through her face. Then came the instinct that shaped everything after. She lied. Not cleverly. Not even plausibly. She said it slipped because the shelf was wet. This was almost true and therefore more dangerous. Shame loves half-truths because they let a frightened heart hide inside technicalities. Her mother crossed the room and looked at the floor, the bowl, the child, the wet footprints from the doorway. Then she said, "Did the shelf drop it, or did you stop watching your hands?" Lynn felt the whole room contract. She wanted in that instant not forgiveness exactly, but escape from being seen so clearly at the point of failure. So she doubled down in the way children do when fear has already taken over the wheel. "I was careful," she said. "It wasn't my fault." Her father sighed once through his nose and bent again to the basket, which somehow hurt more than if he had scolded. The aunt began gathering larger shards to keep smaller children from stepping on them later. Her mother said nothing further for several breaths. Then, very quietly, "Go bring the broom." That should have been the end of it. A bowl broken, a child frightened, a lie spoken from shame, an ordinary domestic wound among the thousands that form and fade inside family life. But such moments do not fade equally in all hearts. Her mother did not punish her beyond silence that evening. By the next day, the practical life of the house had moved on. Rice still needed sorting. Rain still came. Chickens still made their ridiculous complaints in the yard. Someone brought another bowl from storage. The house did what houses do. It absorbed the accident and kept breathing. But Lynn did not absorb it the same way. For weeks, she watched her mother's face for evidence that the break had altered something permanent. When her father asked for water without looking at her, she heard accusation in the lack of attention. When the aunt brought sweets for her cousin and forgot to bring some for her, she assumed the broken bowl had already traveled through the family in whispered retellings, changing her from child to cautionary tale. This is the strange power of shame. The world may move on while the ashamed heart begins secretly rewriting every neutral gesture as proof of its hidden defect. Lynn became more careful, then more careful still. She carried bowls with both hands, as though transporting relics. She watched her own fingers while pouring water. She apologized too quickly for things not yet broken. If another child dropped something, her own stomach tightened as though blame obeyed proximity. Adults praised her new seriousness. That praise worsened the wound. She interpreted it as confirmation that her natural self, unguarded, easy, spontaneous, had been dangerous all along. Years passed. The memory shrank in everyone else and grew in her. By adolescence, she no longer remembered the bowl first. She remembered the look upward, the sudden emptiness of her hands, the lie, the sentence that never stopped forming beneath other thoughts. I ruin things, and then I hide. A childhood incident had become a lens. Through it, she saw friendships, school mistakes, spilled water, failed sewing, awkward silences, every instance in which life proved imperfect. Each small error seemed to report back to the broken bowl and deepen its authority. When she was 19, she entered a laywomen's retreat at a small hillside temple, known less for grandeur than for the plain steadiness of its abbess. The temple sat among pines and low stone paths, with laundry lines stretched discreetly behind the kitchen and bells that sounded less ornamental than practical in the dawn mist. The abbess, called Sister Than, had the kind of face some people mistakenly describe as severe only because it contains no wasted movement. During the retreat, each participant was asked to speak privately with her one afternoon. Lynn expected to discuss meditation. Instead, when Sister Than asked gently, "What do you most fear when you make a mistake?" the answer rose so quickly she knew it had been waiting. That it proves something. The abbess inclined her head. "What does it prove?" Lynn felt suddenly embarrassed by the childishness of the old memory, yet there it was, still alive, still ruling rooms inside her no one else could see. She told the story of the bowl. All of it. The drop. The lie. The years after. The way even now, as a grown woman, shame entered her body before reason whenever anything slipped, cracked, failed, or faltered. Sister Than listened without interruption. When the story finished, the abbess poured more tea into Lynn's cup and said, "You have been asking an 8-year-old child to carry the moral weight of a judge." Lynn stared. The abbess continued, "A child was frightened, a bowl broke, a lie followed. These things matter. But you have made that frightened child stand in your heart for years, as if she were the final witness to who you are." Lynn looked down at the tea surface where one pine shadow crossed the pale brown like a brush stroke. "I should have told the truth." "Yes," Sister Than said. "And if you had come to me at 8, I would have told you so. But I would not have told you that the child who lied in fear had revealed her deepest identity. Only that fear had arrived, and that truth was needed after it. The simplicity of this undid something in her, because shame had been telling a much larger story. Not a frightened child lied, but you are the kind of person who breaks what matters and hides behind excuses. It is remarkable how much suffering can grow from the mind's decision to turn one event into an essence. Sister Than said, "Do you know why the memory stayed?" Lynn whispered, "Because it was wrong, in part, but also because you kept looking at it without compassion. A wound examined only by accusation never truly closes." That evening, after the retreat bell, Lynn walked the stone path behind the kitchen, where rainwater gathered in old grooves and moss softened the edges of steps. She thought of the child she had been, small hands, wet floor, sudden noise, adult eyes lifting, fear quick as flame. For the first time, she did not approach the memory to cross-examine it. She approached it as one might approach a child still shaking after a crash, not to excuse, to understand. The bowl remained broken in memory, the lie remained spoken. But the child at the center of the memory changed. She no longer looked like evidence, she looked like someone who had been frightened before she knew how to bear being seen in fault. That night, Lynn slept lightly but without the usual old tension in the jaw. And in the weeks after the retreat, each time something minor went wrong, a cup chipped, a word misheard, a basket dropped, a plan spoiled, she felt the old shame rise, but now another voice rose beside it, not louder, simply kinder. It said, "A mistake is happening. It is not your name." That was the beginning, not of perfection, not of never hiding again, only of a different way of holding the shards. And sometimes that is how peace first returns, not by denying what broke, but by refusing to call the breaking self the whole story. Story 2. The Monk Who Could Not Lift His Eyes. There was once a monk who became known in the monastery not for scandal, nor for brilliance, nor for any especially visible holiness, but for the way his gaze rarely rose above another person's hands. His name was Vannon. Those who had known him in his first years at the temple said he had once been different. Not loud, he had never been loud, but open-faced, in the easy, almost unguarded way some young monks are before discipline and self-consciousness begin negotiating with one another. He used to smile quickly when novices said foolish things. He used to volunteer for visible tasks without that inward pause, which later settled into him like habit. He used to walk the courtyard with his spine straight, as if his body still believed it belonged fully to the daylight. Then, one spring, something happened during the recitation festival. The monastery sat on a low ridge above terraced fields, where water reflected the sky in broken silver squares. In spring, the wind moved young bamboo with a dry knocking music that could be heard even in meditation if the doors were left partly open. The recitation festival drew lay visitors from 3 neighboring valleys. Mats were aired. Incense stores doubled. Lanterns repaired. Kettles blackened by constant boiling. And even the older monks, who pretended indifference to public ritual, tied their robes a little more neatly during those days. Vannon had been chosen to lead one section of evening chant. It was an honorable assignment, though not a grand one. He had a clear voice, good memory, and enough years in the monastery to stand in front of others without appearing newly polished. The abbot trusted him. Trust is a beautiful thing until one feels oneself fail under its light. That evening the hall was full. Lamps glowed along the side pillars. Lay women sat with hands folded in their laps, children trying and failing to remain still beside them. The air smelled of sandalwood, warm bodies, damp straw mats, and the faint mineral coolness of stone that has not yet given up the day's stored chill. The chanting began well. Voices rose, settled, rose again. Then, midway through a familiar passage, Vannon's mind went blank. Not partly blank. Not the wavering uncertainty that still leaves room for instinct and recovery. Blank as a shutter dropped over a window. He stood at the front of the hall and looked into a line he had known for years, as if it were written in an unknown script. One breath passed, then 2. The silence widened. A younger monk to his left tried gently to feed him the next phrase. Vannon heard it, knew he should catch it, and failed to catch it. By then the whole hall felt like one lifted face. The abbot from the rear cushion quietly resumed the line himself. The chant moved on. The voices recovered. The ritual continued. No one gasped. No one humiliated him publicly. The festival concluded without disaster. This is often how shame begins its most efficient work. Not in catastrophe, but in a lapse barely large enough to justify the force with which the self later punishes it. After the service, a novice approached and said, trying to be kind, "It happens to everyone." Vannon nodded. But some part of him had already begun writing a harsher gospel. He spent that night awake on the sleeping mat, listening to the bamboo knock in the courtyard and replaying the silence in the hall. He did not remember the rest of the chant, nor the kindness of the abbot's intervention, nor the fact that the ceremony continued with hardly any lasting disturbance. He remembered only the blankness, the waiting breath, the helping phrase he failed to catch, the lifted faces by morning. The memory had already grown larger than the event. Shame works quickly when pride has secretly lived nearby. For days, Vannon felt heat in his face every time another monk greeted him. No one mentioned the lapse except in 1 or 2 practical ways. Next year, perhaps we rotate the section leads more. or festival nights tire the mind. But silence did not soothe him. He interpreted kindness as concealment, ordinary conversation as delicate avoidance, and even the abbot's lack of direct correction as proof that the failure had been too obvious to require comment. More dangerous still, he began to translate one failed moment into spiritual judgment. Perhaps he had been vain, perhaps the blankness had been karmic exposure, perhaps he had been pretending steadiness and now been shown mercifully but publicly to be inwardly hollow. Notice what happened there. A lapse of memory became a revelation of character. That is shame's favorite inflation. In the months that followed, Vanen changed. At first, it looked like humility. He let others step forward. He declined public roles. He bowed lower. He volunteered for kitchen duties and path sweeping rather than chanting or teaching novices. He spoke less during study sessions. If praised, he deflected. If corrected, he accepted too quickly, almost gratefully. To an outside eye, this might have seemed spiritually admirable. The trouble was that true humility makes a person simpler. Shame makes a person smaller. And Vanen was becoming small. He no longer lifted his eyes when addressed by lay visitors. He did not speak during mealtime reflections unless called upon directly. He developed the habit of walking close to corridor walls rather than down their center. When laughter rose in groups of monks behind him, his body tightened before his mind formed any reason for concern. His bowing also changed. At first, no one noticed because monasteries contain many kinds of bows and most of them are not worth interpretation. But the oldest teacher there, a monk called Herida, eventually saw what others had missed. Vanen bowed not from reverence, he bowed from inward collapse. Herida was a man with weathered ears, hands marked by old burn scars from kitchen work decades earlier, and the unsettling talent of speaking to a student's hidden motive with more precision than the student wished possible. He called Vanen to the tea room one gray afternoon, after rain had left the stone path steaming faintly where weak light touched it. The tea room was small, clean, and unadorned except for one branch in a clay vase and a hanging scroll that read simply, "Stand where you are." Harada poured tea. Vanen knelt. His eyes lowered automatically. "Look at the cup," Harada said. Vanen obeyed. "Now at the branch." He obeyed. "Now at me." Vanen hesitated. "Now," Harada repeated. When he finally looked up, shame moved through him so physically that he felt it first as heat at the throat. Harada regarded him for a long moment and then said, "You have mistaken self-erasure for practice." Vanen's stomach tightened. "I am trying to be humble." The older monk's mouth almost smiled. No, you are trying not to be seen failing again. The accuracy of the blow was clean enough to leave no room for deflection. Vannon lowered his eyes once more, which only proved the point. Harada let the silence settle. Rainwater dripped from the eaves in slow, steady intervals. The steam from the cups thinned. Somewhere outside, a novice was being corrected for carrying too much firewood at once and denying it in the predictable voice of youth. Finally, Harada said, "Tell me what happened in the hall." Vannon did. He described the blankness, the waiting breath, the line he lost, the helping phrase he could not catch, the humiliation afterward. Harada listened, then he said, "And what happened in the months after?" Vannon did not answer immediately, because the second failure was harder to name than the first. At last he said, "I did not want that kind of exposure again." "So you disappeared in advance." Vannon felt his face burn. Harada leaned back slightly. "Do you know the difference between repentance and shame?" Vannon shook his head. "Repentance bows to truth and becomes cleaner. Shame bows to self-image and becomes more entangled." The older monk tapped one finger lightly against the cup rim. "You forgot a line, that is all. But because your idea of yourself was quietly involved, the forgetting became a revelation in your mind. Then instead of standing up again, you made yourself smaller and called that wisdom." Vannon whispered, "Was it pride then?" Harada answered without cruelty, "Of course. And fear. Pride and fear are old companions. Pride says, 'I must not fail in sight of others.' Fear says, 'Then become invisible.' Neither is humility." The room held the words without softening them. But there was mercy in the hardness, because Harada was not accusing him of corruption, only of confusion. After a long silence, the teacher added, "The body has learned something false. It believes lowering the eyes protects the heart. That is not awakening. That is a frightened animal learning a path around open ground." For several days after the conversation, Vannon felt worse. This too is common. When shame loses a noble disguise, it flails before quieting. He noticed how often he bent without thought, how quickly he withdrew from eye contact, how subtly he arranged himself outside the bright center of a room. He noticed that his modesty had become theatrical, inwardly, even where it looked plain outwardly. At first he tried to correct this by force. He made himself hold his head up, made himself speak more, made himself volunteer visibly. This did not help. It only layered strain on top of strain. Harada, seeing this, stopped him on the path one dawn and said, "You are trying to perform recovery now. That is the same trap in a cleaner robe."
Then he gave Vannon a practice. For 30 days, whenever he bowed, he was to ask inwardly, "Am I bowing to truth or shrinking from sight?" Nothing more elaborate than that. No chanting formula, no severe penance. Only one honest question, repeated often enough to separate habit from devotion. The question changed things slowly. At first, the answer was almost always painful. Shrinking from sight. Shrinking from sight. Shrinking from sight. But once named, a pattern loses some of its sanctity. He began noticing small moments when truth did not require lowering himself, accepting instruction while remaining visible, carrying tea into a room without skimming its edge, meeting a novice's question with direct eyes, standing before lay visitors during chanting, and allowing his voice to enter the hall even while memory still whispered of the old blankness. The blankness itself did not disappear from memory. It should not have. But it changed shape. It became less a verdict and more a moment. A nervous system freezing in public. A mind startled by its own emptiness. A body embarrassed before witnesses. Painful, yes. Revealing of eternal identity. No. One evening, nearly a year after the festival, the abbot again asked Vannon to lead a short recitation. His stomach dropped at once. He considered refusing. Harada, who was present, did not look at him. That helped. Sometimes the deepest kindness is refusing to turn another person's fear into a scene. Vannon stepped forward. The hall smelled of evening incense and the faint sweetness of wax warming in lantern cups. The bamboo knocked once outside. He felt his pulse in the throat, then in the wrists, then nowhere he could locate cleanly. He began. For a few lines, his voice trembled, then steadied. Halfway through, one phrase blurred at the edges of memory and fear rose fast as old weather. But this time he did not collapse inward. He took one breath, waited one clear beat, and found the line. The chant went on. Afterward, nothing dramatic occurred. The abbot nodded once. A novice asked later about tea storage. Someone mentioned rain, likely by dawn. The world did not split open to celebrate modest courage. But that night, lying beneath the thin blanket while the hall breathed around him, Vannon understood something he had not understood before. Peace was not going to come from never failing again. It was going to come from no longer letting failure define the shape of his body forever. And because of that, his eyes, when morning came, lifted a little more easily to the light. By now, perhaps, a pattern has begun to show itself. Not a harsh pattern, not the kind that corners the heart. Only this: shame often begins in something small enough to be survived, yet intimate enough to be remembered with disproportionate force. A bowl breaks. A voice falters. A room turns its face toward us at the wrong moment. And somewhere inside, the mind quietly decides that one event must mean more than one event. That one frightened reaction must be evidence of a permanent flaw. That one public lapse must reveal the truest thing about who we are. This is how shame turns passing moments into long residences. It takes a scene and builds a house around it. Then, year after year, the heart keeps living there even after the weather outside has changed. Lynn believed the child who hid behind a lie had exposed her deepest nature. Vannon believed the monk who forgot a line had been stripped of spiritual worth. Yet in both stories, the real wound was not only the mistake, it was the meaning that settled afterward, the meaning that made the self smaller than the event, the meaning that kept the body in old postures long after danger had passed. If you are listening in the dark tonight with your own old memory near you, perhaps you know this already in your bones. Perhaps there is some scene your mind still visits with unnecessary obedience, a conversation, a failure, an impulse you wish you had resisted, a weakness you wish no one had seen. Maybe no one else would rank it among the greatest tragedies of your life. But the ashamed heart does not measure by public scale. It measures by intimacy, by the depth of the inward mark, by how completely one moment managed to tangle itself with identity. And because shame hides inside identity, it often survives correction. A person may apologize sincerely and still feel unclean, may be forgiven openly and still believe peace belongs to others, may do years of good and yet secretly bow before one old memory as if it were still lord of the house. That is why release is rarely as simple as saying it was not a big deal. Sometimes it was a big deal. Sometimes real harm was done. Sometimes the memory remains because conscience was involved, and conscience is not the enemy. But conscience and shame are not the same companion. Conscience tells the truth in order to restore alignment. Shame clings to the truth in order to freeze identity. Conscience says, see clearly, make right what you can, and return. Shame says, stay here, keep kneeling. Do not imagine you are allowed to rise. The next stories move deeper into that inner kneeling. They come from other lives, other rooms, other kinds of failure. Not all shame begins in childhood. Not all of it forms in public. Sometimes it comes from what we failed to protect. Sometimes from what we said too late. Sometimes from tenderness withheld until loss made it impossible to offer. So let the body rest where it is. Let the next breath arrive without being managed, and come now into the third story. Story 3. The potter who buried his own cups. In a riverside town known for clay rather than beauty, where the roads were reddish in the dry season and slick as blood-colored paste in the rains, there lived a potter named Bao, who became quietly famous for the strangeness of his yard. No visitor noticed it at first. The front of the house looked ordinary enough: 2 low walls, a leaning persimmon tree, stacked wood, jars curing in the sun, a reed mat often hung over the rail to dry. The kiln sat behind the workshop, under a sloped roof, patched in 3 different colors of tile. Children passed by on errands. Dogs slept in dust. Traders stopped to collect bowls, cups, and water jars for the market stalls downstream. Everything suggested a plain working life. Only if one spent enough time there did the peculiarity emerge. From time to time, when no one was watching, Bao carried a finished cup or bowl into the narrow strip of earth behind the kiln and buried it. Not broken pieces, not failed clay. Good work, sometimes even beautiful work. He dug a small hole, placed the vessel inside, covered it carefully, tamped the soil flat with the back of the spade, and returned to the workshop as if nothing unusual had happened. If his apprentice noticed a certain set of teacups missing from inventory, Bao would say a trader had changed his mind. If his sister asked why there were fewer glazed bowls than expected after a long firing, Bao would say the heat had spoiled them. He lied about these small disappearances with the calmness of a man who feels more ashamed of being praised than of being deceptive. This habit began after his son died. The boy, named Tien, had been 9 years old and sharp-eyed, always too close to tools, water, wheels, carts, knives, fire, and other objects adults call dangerous. Only after the accident they should have prevented. Tien had loved the workshop. He liked the wheels turning silence, liked flattening wet clay with both palms and pretending he was making temple bells, liked carrying messages to the glaze shed, though he often forgot half the message by the time he arrived. He asked endless questions, the way children do when they still believe grown-ups know what they are doing. Bao had once loved that faith. Then one afternoon, during the hottest week of early summer, when the river stank faintly of reeds and fish scales and rotting vegetation, Bao left the kiln mouth open longer than he should have. He was tired. This mattered, though it would never excuse him. Orders had piled up before a festival. Clay deliveries came late. One hired hand had gone home ill. Tien had been circling the workshop all morning with the bored energy of a child told too many times not to touch what interested him most. Bao remembered scolding him twice, remembered meaning to send him to his aunt's house, remembered deciding, foolishly, that he would do it after shaping just 3 more bowls. The mind is cruel in retrospect.
It preserves the ordinary decision that preceded disaster with an almost ceremonial sharpness. Just 3 more bowls. That was the sentence. By the time Bao heard the cry, it was already the wrong kind. Not complaint, not surprise. The sound of a body meeting pain before language. What followed lived in Bao with impossible clarity and impossible blur at once. The overturned tray, the rush, the heat, the boy too close to the open kiln, the arm burned, the fall against brick, the fever later, the infection, the coughing night, the village healer, the messenger sent for a proper physician who arrived too late because the river was in flood, and the boatman lost half a day navigating uprooted trees. People around Bao said many compassionate things afterward. That accidents happen, that children move quickly, that the roads were bad, that medicine was far, that no father invites tragedy. Bao heard none of these as mercy. He heard them as social cloth, spread over a shape too ugly to name directly. What he believed was simpler. I left the kiln open. I chose work over watchfulness. My son trusted the world I made around him, and I failed to keep it safe. This may not have been wholly false, but shame never rests with the portion that is true. It grows the true portion until it devours every other fact. Tien's death became, in Bao's mind, less a tragedy of conditions and more a private verdict on his soul. He stopped laughing in the workshop, stopped singing old river songs while trimming bowls, stopped making toys out of spare clay for children who wandered by. People said grief had changed him. That too was true, but incomplete. Grief had made him sad. Shame had made him unwilling to accept beauty from his own hands. Before the accident, Bao's cups carried a particular grace. The rims were thin without fragility. The handles sat in the hand like they had grown there. He liked muted glazes, riverstone gray, smoke blue, tea brown, with the occasional pale celadon when he felt bold. Traders came to him because his work felt alive without looking decorative. After Tien died, that very liveliness became unbearable. Each successful cup seemed to accuse him. "You can shape clay well," Shame whispered. "You could not shape one safe afternoon for your son." So when a vessel came out especially lovely, he felt a sickening tightening rather than satisfaction. Beauty seemed indecent in the hands of someone he had come to regard as inwardly guilty. That was when the burying began. At first it was only one teacup, with a glaze so soft it resembled dawn on river water. He stared at it on the shelf and felt something close to panic. The cup seemed to say the old skilled self was still present. Bao did not want that possibility. If he was still capable of fine work, then his guilt remained naked and unsoftened by the excuse of total ruin. A ruined man is at least coherent.
but a man who makes beautiful things after failing terribly. Such a man must either forgive himself or live split in two. Bao chose the split. He took the cup behind the kiln and buried it. The act gave him a brief, mean comfort, not relief. More like private punishment disguised as order. From then on, he repeated it whenever praise threatened to stir in him the part that once took pleasure in skill. His apprentice, a quiet young woman named Hien, watched his methods carefully because she wanted to inherit not his business exactly, but his way of listening to clay. She saw that he had grown erratic around finished pieces. On some days, he praised a bowl's balance and set it aside for sale. On other days, he frowned at a nearly identical bowl and carried it away alone. She sensed a pattern but could not yet see its wound. One autumn, after 2 years of this hidden burying, a wandering nun came to town to collect cracked vessels for a temple practice. She was not famous. No miracle stories followed her. She simply traveled on foot between villages, requesting damaged household ceramics that temple volunteers used in a slow repair ritual. Some pieces were mended with visible seams for practical use. Others were kept in the meditation hall as reminders that usefulness and fracture need not cancel one another. Most people gave her chipped bowls and old jars without sentiment. When she came to Bao's workshop, he almost turned her away, thinking he had nothing to offer. Then Hien from the side bench said, "Master keeps the broken ones behind the shed." Bao flinched, because it was only partly true. He did keep broken pieces there. But beneath the soil behind the kiln lay something else. The nun introduced herself as Sister Dieu. She had a calm step and the kind of weathered skin that comes from long walking rather than age alone. She accepted tea, looked around the workshop without intruding, and asked to see the failed pieces. Bao led her to a crate of shards. She knelt, lifting fragments one by one with patient hands. "These will do," she said. Then, after a pause, "But this is not where the heaviness is." Bao stiffened. He disliked spiritual people who sounded as if they could smell secrets. "Clay is heavy everywhere," he said. She glanced toward the strip of earth behind the kiln, not dramatically, just once. Hien, sensing tension, made herself busy at the glaze buckets. Sister Dieu did not force anything. She only said, "Sometimes what we bury is not what was broken, but what remained beautiful after we believed we no longer deserved beauty." Bao felt anger rise so quickly he nearly told her to leave, but anger is often the first gate shame guards. Instead, he said in a low voice, "You do not know what you are talking about." The nun met this without offense. "Then correct me." He hated that answer because correction would require disclosure. And disclosure to the ashamed heart feels dangerously close to surrendering the right to self-punish in secret. He said nothing. She rose, accepted the crate of shards, and prepared to leave. At the threshold, she paused and added, "There is a difference between honoring the dead
and refusing the living anything gentle. After she had gone, Bao could not work properly. The wheel seemed too loud, the clay too resistant. The autumn light entering through the side lattice felt invasive, as if even brightness were prying. That evening he went behind the kiln with a spade and stood over the flat earth where perhaps 24 cups and bowls slept beneath the soil. He remembered each one: a teacup with a green-gray lip, a rice bowl that had thinned perfectly at the rim, a small pitcher with a curve like a resting shoulder. He had buried them as punishment. But for whom? Not for Tien. The dead are not comforted by our refusal of goodness, not for justice. Justice had already named what negligence cost, not even for grief, which at least is honest. No. He had buried them because he could not bear any evidence that something skillful, tender, or beautiful still moved through him. And why could he not bear it? Because if beauty still moved through him, then self-condemnation would have to loosen its throne. A week later, he walked to the small temple where Sister Dieu had been staying before moving on. He was told she had already continued south. Only an old resident monk remained, sweeping leaves from the back path where pines dropped needles and dry fragrant drifts. Bao almost turned back. Then the monk, without looking up, said, "If you came to speak, the bench is there whether or not the nun is." There are moments when wisdom appears in no special costume. Bao sat. The monk swept a few more strokes, leaned the broom against the wall, and waited. Bao found himself telling the whole story: the open kiln, the burned arm, the fever, the death, the cups buried after that, the impossibility of accepting skill from his own hands. When he finished, the monk asked only one question: "Did your son love watching you work?" Bao's throat closed. "Yes." "Did he come near the wheel because he thought your hands were monstrous, or because he thought they made wonders?" Bao said nothing. The monk continued gently, "You are confusing two truths. One, you failed in a way that mattered terribly. Two, everything in you is therefore unworthy of remaining alive. The first truth demands sorrow, honesty, and changed care. The second truth is shame, making a kingdom from ashes." The pines moved faintly overhead. Somewhere deeper in the temple, a bell sounded for the evening meal. Bao whispered, "If I make beautiful things, it feels like betrayal." "Of whom?" "My son." The monk shook his head. "You think grief is proven by deprivation. It is not. Sometimes grief is honored by greater tenderness in the part of life that still remains." This sentence followed Bao home like evening smoke. He did not become well at once. He did not stop grieving. He did not wake the next day prepared to forgive himself completely. But he began in small acts to stop feeding shame with burial. First, he unearthed only one cup, the dawn-colored one. The glaze had darkened slightly in the soil, but the cup remained whole. He washed it in river water and placed it on the shelf inside the workshop where he could see it while turning clay. No one commented. That helped. Then, over several weeks, he dug up the others. Some were stained, some perfect, some marked by the earth in ways he came unexpectedly to like. He did not sell them, he used them at home, offered tea in them to Hien, set flowers in one for the household altar where Tien's name tablet stood. This mattered more than he anticipated, because the cups, once hidden as evidence against his right to continue living gently, became instead a quieter testimony that remorse need not demand ugliness, that sorrow need not be expressed only by refusal, that the hands which failed once may still learn to serve with more care. In time, Bao changed the workshop itself. He built a low gate between the kiln area and the wheel, hung bells on the gate so that opening it made sound, set a water jar and burn salve always within reach, taught Hien never to postpone safety for one more bowl, one more order, one more hour. This was not self-absolution, it was repentance becoming skill. And that perhaps is one of the most human ways healing begins. Years later, when traders admired a new set of teacups and asked why each box carried a tiny stamped mark of a bell, Bao only smiled and said, "To remind the hands to wake up before regret does." He still missed his son every day. Some evenings the workshop at dusk hurt so deeply, he had to sit with his palms flat on the table until the wave passed. But the burying stopped, and because it stopped, beauty slowly returned, not as innocence, which could not be recovered, but as humility, a humbler beauty, one that knew fire burns, one that knew negligence costs, one that knew love, if it wishes to honor the dead honestly, must eventually stop turning the living heart into a graveyard as well. Story 4. The Widow Who Rehearsed One Sentence for 20 years. In the old quarter of a lakeside city, where the houses leaned toward one another as if exchanging gossip, above alleys too narrow for carts, there lived a widow named Mai, who had spent so long repeating one sentence in secret that it eventually seemed to accompany every ordinary sound of her life. It accompanied the scraping of chopsticks in the bowl, the shaking of rugs from the balcony, the squeak of the courtyard pump, the first kettle hiss in the morning, the last closing latch at night. The sentence was simple. I should have said it then. What it referred to changed slightly depending on the year. Sometimes it meant I should have said, "Forgive me." Sometimes I should have said I was afraid. Sometimes I should have said I loved you.
in the plain way, not in hints and duties and folded blankets and extra portions of fish. But underneath each variation lay the same old wound. Her husband, Kiet, had died without hearing from her. The one honest tenderness she had long assumed there would be more time to say. They had not been an unhappy pair. This mattered. If they had hated one another, her regret would have worn a different face. No, they had lived as many couples do, with loyalty, labor, practical devotion, and 1,000 small generosities hidden inside habit. He repaired loose shutters without being asked. She remembered how much chili he liked in soup. He carried heavier baskets even after his knees worsened. She mended the collars of his shirts before they tore fully through. In winter, she warmed his tea bowl by the stove so his fingers, stiff from damp weather, would not receive the cold porcelain first. This is love too, but it is not always the same as saying the thing that trembles beneath love. And some hearts, especially disciplined or proud or shy hearts, imagine daily care will surely speak for them forever. Then forever shortens. Kiet had a temper that flashed and vanished. Mai had a patience that looked calm from the outside but hid a stubbornness almost equal to his own. They had weathered years of business losses, one miscarriage no one else in the family ever learned about, his mother's long decline, and the relocation from his rural childhood district to the city quarter where he opened a repair shop near the spice market. They were, in the eyes of neighbors, solid. The kind of couple others assume will grow old bickering gently over tea. The final quarrel therefore looked small. That is often the cruelest kind. It began on an ordinary, humid evening when thunder was building above the lake but had not yet broken. Kiet returned late from the shop, already irritable because a customer disputed payment. Mai, who had spent the day caring for his feverish sister's child, was tired in the thin, airless way that makes even the body's kindness feel fragile. The soup had over-salted slightly. He noticed. She noticed him noticing. He made some needless comment about carelessness. She replied too quickly. One complaint hooked another. Old grievances, as usual, arrived fully dressed once invited. He said she had become cold. She said he mistook silence for cold whenever he did not get immediate softness. He said she never admitted anger directly. She said he used anger to make everyone else speak first. There was truth on both sides, which made the quarrel sharper. At last, when his voice rose and she felt the old familiar pressure in the chest that signaled both hurt and pride, Mai said the sentence that would outlive him. "Then eat elsewhere if my care is such a burden." It was not the worst thing a spouse has ever said, not close, but it landed in exactly the wrong place. Kiet set down the bowl, stood, took his outer shirt, and left the house while thunder rolled over the lake like furniture being dragged across the ski did not go far. He slept at the repair shop, she learned later. By morning, he had a pain under the ribs he dismissed as indigestion. By midday, he collapsed behind the counter. By evening, before she reached the infirmary, he was gone. A rupture in the vessel. Swift, unreasonable, complete. The neighbors who told her all this emphasized how quickly it happened, how little could have been done, how no one expected it, all of which only sharpened the blade of the final sentence, because when time becomes suddenly finite, the last words receive an authority they do not deserve. Mai knew this intellectually later, but for years she lived as if one irritated sentence had become the true summary of her marriage. The human mind, when attached to shame, is very poor at proportion. At the funeral, she moved with perfect competence, folded cloth, received guests, poured tea, heard condolences, sat through chants, answered practical questions about the shop inventory, the account book, the debts owed and owed to. People praised her composure. She hated them for it. Composure felt to her like further indictment. If she could still stand upright, then perhaps her sorrow was not pure enough. If she could remember which cupboard held the incense, then perhaps she did not deserve sympathy. This too is shame's logic. It not only accuses, it polices the manner in which one suffers. After the funeral, she found Kiet's outer shirt still folded over a stool at the shop. The one he had taken when he stormed out, later exchanged for a work coat. She sat with it in her lap until dusk and said aloud to the empty room, "I did not mean it." The room, being a room, said nothing back. For the next 20 years, she rehearsed variations of that confession inside her mind. Not once or twice, thousands of times. While buying greens, while mending hems, while counting rent coins by the lamp, while listening to rain on the roof, while waking from dreams in which he entered the kitchen alive and ordinary, and she had only seconds to say everything correctly. In the dream, she always failed. Either the words tangled, or the scene shifted, or he turned away, just as she began, or she discovered her mouth full of water and unable to form sound. She would wake with tears drying cool at the temples, furious at her sleeping mind for continuing the punishment even there. People told her time heals. Time did many things. It softened the shock. It organized practical memory. It made the world less jagged, but it did not, by itself, undo shame. Because shame is not merely pain waiting to fade. It is pain continually interpreted in a condemning light. And Mai interpreted everything through the last quarrel. If she laughed with a neighbor, she thought, a widow who spoke cruelly should not laugh so easily. If she enjoyed a bowl of sweet soup at New Year, she thought, someone who failed in love should not taste pleasure without restraint.
If a young bride sought her advice, she nearly said nothing, feeling disqualified from teaching tenderness because of one sentence thrown in fatigue and pride on a storm-heavy evening decades earlier. Yet the marriage itself had held thousands of better sentences, thousands of gestures kinder and truer than the last quarrel. Shame erased this proportion the way mist erases distance. In her 60th year, long after most neighbors knew her as the quiet widow who kept the cleanest balcony herbs on the lane, Mai began visiting a meditation hall attached to a modest nunnery near the lake's eastern shore. She did not go in search of revelation. Mostly she went because sleeplessness had become frequent, and the hall was cool even in hot weather, with wide reed blinds that let in wind, carrying water scent and bell echoes from fishing boats. The guiding nun there, Sister Nu, was younger than Mai had expected and less ceremonial than the title suggested. She wore her robe plainly, laughed rarely but sincerely, and had a way of listening that did not rush to spiritual conclusions before a story had fully arrived. For several weeks, Mai attended silent sittings without speaking privately to anyone. Then one afternoon, after a teaching on unfinished speech, she remained behind while others put away cushions. The room smelled of old wood, jasmine tea, and the faint lake odor of wet stone. Sister Nu waited. Mai said, "If a person's last words to someone were unworthy, how long should they keep regretting them?" The nun answered, "As long as honesty requires, not as long as shame demands." Mai almost left then, because the distinction sounded clever, and cleverness is offensive when the wound has lived in the body for 20 years. But something in the nun's face was free of performance, so she stayed. She told the whole story: the soup, the quarrel, the sentence, the storm, the infirmary, the decades of inward rehearsal. When she finished, Sister Nu asked, "Was that sentence the truest thing you ever said to your husband?" "No." "Was it even the truest thing you felt that night?" Mai looked at her hands. "No, I was hurt and tired and angry that he could speak sharply and still expect me to stay soft." "Did you want him gone from your table forever?" "No." "Did you love him?" Mai's throat tightened so suddenly that the answer came out as breath more than speech. "Yes." Sister Nu nodded. "Then shame has done what it often does. It has taken a distorted sentence from a distorted moment and crowned it king over an entire life." Mai closed her eyes. She had never heard her suffering named so exactly. The nun did not continue at once. She poured tea, waited until Mai's breathing settled a little. Then she said, "Regret is honorable when it keeps the heart honest. But if regret refuses all proportion, it stops honoring love and starts serving self-condemnation. Mai whispered, I cannot unsay it. No, but perhaps you can stop repeating it as if the marriage ended there and nowhere else. This sentence opened a small window in her, because that was precisely what she had been doing, not intentionally, not theatrically, but relentlessly. She had reduced 29 years of shared life to one stormy evening, because shame prefers finality over complexity. Complexity might let mercy enter. Over the next months, Sister Nu gave her a strange practice. Each night before sleep, instead of rehearsing the quarrel, Mai was to recall one ordinary act of love from the marriage. Not a dramatic sacrifice, not a festival memory polished by nostalgia. Just one plain, true gesture. The time Kiet repaired her sandal strap before market. The way he blew on porridge when she burned her hand. How he sat beside her silently after the miscarriage and did not ask her to speak.
How she wrapped his scarf twice because he never noticed cold until too late. How he always chose the less ripe mango for himself. How she mended the old blanket instead of replacing it because he slept better with familiar weight. This practice irritated Mai at first. It felt sentimental. Worse, it felt like disloyalty to the necessary sharpness of remorse. But she obeyed. And the effect, though slow, was real. The marriage grew dimension again. The quarrel remained. The sentence remained. Yet it stopped standing alone like a judge at the center of memory. Other truths took their seats around it. Care, habit, shared labor, mutual foolishness, private humor, weathered devotion. One evening late in the rainy season, when clouds hung so low over the lake that the horizon disappeared, Mai brought Kiet's old shirt to the nunnery hall. She had kept it for decades in a chest lined with cedar leaves. The cloth was thin now, the elbows nearly translucent. She laid it across her knees and said softly, though no one else was present, I should have said it then, but I will say it now. And at last she did. Not perfectly, nothing perfect remained to be done, but plainly. I was angry because I loved you and felt unseen. I was proud. I wanted you to turn back before you reached the door. I did not mean the cruelty. I loved you then. I love you now. And I release the lie that one sentence can summarize a marriage. When she told Sister Nu later, the nun only bowed her head a little and said, Good. Let the dead belong to truth, not to the smallest scene shame selected. Mai still had nights when the storm returned. Some old wounds do, yet the sentence no longer marched through every part of her day with unquestioned authority. Sometimes when it rose, I should have said it then. Another sentence now rose beside it, yes. And love was being said in 100 other ways for years, before and after that moment. This did not erase regret. It restored proportion. And proportion is one of mercy's quietest forms. Story 5. The Novice Who Stole the Sweet Rice. At a forest monastery, set just far enough from the nearest village that evening, bells arrived at the houses as softened bronze rather than command. There was once a novice named Fuok who became convinced because of one sticky handful of sweet rice that his character was permanently corrupt. He was 14, which is to say old enough to feel moral seriousness acutely, and young enough to misunderstand it in spectacular ways. He had entered the monastery the previous winter after his mother's remarriage made the family house too cramped, too tense, and too uncertain for his already inward nature. No one forced him cruelly into robes. The arrangement had even been described as honorable. He would study, learn discipline, eat regularly, and perhaps discover a calling. If not, he could return to village life later with literacy and structure in his bones. Agreed, because the alternative felt shapeless. But he did not yet know the difference between spiritual aspiration and adolescent absolutism. In his first months, he tried to be the purest novice imaginable. He rose before the bell sometimes from sheer anxiety of oversleeping, folded his robe corners carefully, memorized chants long after the others grew drowsy, avoided coarse jokes, watched older monks for cues on posture, silence, alms discipline, and the proper speed at which one should cross a courtyard if one wishes to appear sincere without seeming theatrical. The whole monastery saw that he was earnest. A few smiled privately at how earnestly he was earnest. Beneath that seriousness lay hunger of many kinds, not only for food, though the monastic schedule left a growing boy permanently half aware of his stomach. He was hungry to be considered good, hungry to belong somewhere without being in the way, hungry for a clean identity. Children who have lived with uncertainty often cling to moral categories because the categories seem firmer than relationships. If one can be clearly good, perhaps one can finally feel safe. The trouble is that human beings do not become safe by dividing themselves into pure and impure with a knife. One festival morning, the lay supporters brought trays of sweet rice, steamed with coconut milk, sesame, and palm sugar. The fragrance spread through the kitchen before dawn. Warm, sticky, sweet, almost unbearable to young novices accustomed to plain porridge and thin vegetable broth. The sweet rice was intended for the elders after the ceremony, and for the villagers who remained to help clean afterward. The kitchen steward told the novices quite plainly not to touch it.
Phuoc had no plan to disobey. He admired rules when they were still theoretical. But late that morning, after a long chanting session during which the hall had grown hot and airless, he was sent to carry folded cloths to the kitchen storeroom. No one else was there. The trays sat covered loosely with banana leaves. Steam still rose from the corners. The smell moved through the room like a living invitation. His stomach clenched. He stood still. This was the crossroads. Many moral tales make the moment before wrongdoing overly dramatic. In reality, temptation is often small, stupid, and embarrassingly domestic. Phuoc thought only one pinch. Then no one will know. Then it would be worse to stand here wanting it than simply to end the wanting. That last sentence was the most deceptive. People often commit small wrongs because they imagine the act will resolve desire cleanly. Instead, it entangles desire with secrecy. He lifted one banana leaf, took a sticky clump no larger than a plum, ate quickly. The sugar hit his mouth with such overwhelming pleasure that for one impossible second he felt almost grateful to the world. Then shame arrived even before swallowing fully. The speed of it startled him. His ears burned, his chest tightened. He covered the tray, wiped his fingers frantically on a rag, delivered the cloths, and spent the rest of the day feeling as though everyone could smell theft in his pores. No one noticed anything. This made it worse. Because if he had been caught, correction would have entered. Confession might have followed. The incident could have found proportion. Instead, it remained private, and privacy gave shame room to inflate. By evening, he no longer felt like a boy who had taken sweet rice. He felt like a hypocrite wearing robes. By the next morning, the mind had sharpened the accusation. If you can steal from the offering table on a festival day, then your wish to become good is itself a lie. He tried to confess during chanting, but lost courage. Tried again while sweeping leaves beside an older novice, but feared sounding ridiculous. The offense seemed both too small to mention and too large to live with. This is one of shame's clever binds. It makes a wrong feel simultaneously petty and unforgivable, thereby trapping the heart between embarrassment and despair. Phuoc's behavior changed. He grew rigid, refused seconds, even when invited, avoided the kitchen except when ordered there, prayed longer in ways that were really internal negotiations with self-hatred. He flinched when teachings mentioned greed or deception. If another novice joked about food, Phuoc looked so stricken that the others gradually stopped including him in such teasing. Within 2 weeks, his face had grown thinner and his speech more abrupt. The abbot assumed at first that the boy was merely homesick or adjusting poorly to monastic rhythm. But an elderly monk called Tri Kien, who had spent enough decades around human beings to recognize concealed torment by the way it stiffens ordinary motion, began watching him quietly. Tree Kian was not severe, though young novices often feared him because his eyebrows made him look perpetually on the verge of uncovering nonsense. In truth, he was one of those rare elders who had become simpler with age rather than harder. He moved slowly, laughed at genuine absurdity, and possessed the deeply unsettling ability to ask one accurate question and then wait longer than most people can bear. One afternoon, he found Phuoc scrubbing a water bucket that had already been scrubbed clean. "Are you cleaning the bucket?" he asked, "or your soul?" Phuoc froze. The monk sat on an overturned crate as if prepared to remain there until the next century. At last the boy whispered, "Both." Trikeen nodded, not because this was a sufficient answer, but because it was the truthful edge of one. "Tell me." Phuoc began crying before words came. He hated this, not only because he was 14 and wished to weep with dignity, if at all, but because the offense, once spoken aloud, immediately sounded embarrassingly small. "I stole sweet rice," he blurted, "from the festival trays. I ate it. I wanted it. I hid it. I did not confess. And I think it means I am false." Tree Kian did not laugh. This mercy saved the conversation. He asked, "How much?" He held up fingers to indicate a modest clump. The old monk nodded again. "And after eating it, what have you been doing?" "Trying not to be the kind of person who would do that." "And has that been successful?" Phuoc stared, confused. Tree Kian said, "You are still a person who did that. The trying has not changed the fact. It has only made you frightened of yourself." The boy's tears slowed. The monk continued, "Listen carefully. Taking what was not offered was wrong. Hiding it multiplied the suffering. Not because heaven collapsed, but because secrecy knotted the mind. Yet none of this proves you are permanently false. It proves you were hungry, tempted, ashamed, and then alone with the shame." Whispered, "But isn't that exactly what a false person is?" Tree Kian sighed in the kindest possible way. "No, that is what a human person is on a bad morning." The bucket dripped between them. Outside, wind moved through bamboo, with the dry shiver of many hands rubbing cloth. After a while, the monk asked, "Why did this become so large inside you?" Phuoc looked down. "Because I came here to be good." "Ah," said Tree Kian, as if the whole architecture of suffering had now become visible. He leaned forward. "There is nothing wrong with wanting goodness. But if you came here to become incapable of pettiness, appetite, vanity, fear, and foolishness by sheer force, then the monastery will disappoint you. The path is not a machine that turns boys into spotless statues." The truth of this entered slowly. Perhaps because adolescence wants purity more than wisdom. Tree Kian gave him 2 instructions. First, he must confess the theft
publicly at the next novice meeting in one plain sentence without adding dramatic self-accusation. Second, for 7 days after, he was assigned to serve sweets to others during festival leftovers without taking any himself until the last person had eaten, not as humiliation, as retraining. The public confession terrified him. Yet when the moment came, the world did not end. A few novices laughed, not cruelly, but with the unmistakable laughter of boys relieved that the hidden scandal was absurdly human rather than sinister. One admitted he too had once stolen candied ginger. Another confessed to hoarding roasted peanuts under his sleeping mat during his first year. The kitchen steward rolled his eyes and said next time the boy should ask for more porridge if he was starving. What struck Phuoc most was not the leniency. It was the collapse of scale. Inside secrecy, the act had become evidence of moral fraud. In shared daylight, it became what it had always been, a small, wrong-needing honesty and a more balanced relationship to hunger. During the 7 days of serving sweets, something subtler happened. At first, each tray felt like a trial. The smell rose, and the old greed twitched in him. But because he was not hiding now, the desire itself lost some poison. Hunger named openly is easier to guide than hunger forced underground. By the 4th day, he found himself enjoying the simple rhythm of offering, bowl to hand, hand to bowl, smiling at villagers, making sure the smallest children did not get elbowed aside by older cousins. On the 7th day, after the final tray had nearly emptied, Tri Kien placed one portion in his palm and said, "Now eat without stealing from yourself either." The sweet rice tasted different then, still sweet, still pleasant, but no longer charged with secrecy, no longer a sacrament of hidden corruption. Years later, Phuoc would laugh gently when telling younger novices the story. He never lied and said the incident made him saintly. It did something more useful. It taught him how quickly shame can attach itself to a small act. When the self-image at stake is large, and it taught him that confession, when wisely held, restores proportion. The handful of rice had been wrong, but the months he might have spent worshiping that wrong as proof of permanent falseness would have been the deeper theft. The deeper theft would have been from the heart's capacity to learn honestly and continue. When he became an elder himself, he kept a private rule. Whenever a young practitioner came to him whispering some small hidden failure with catastrophic eyes, he first made sure they had eaten, then he listened, because sometimes what appears to be spiritual ruin is only hunger wearing a mask and shame tying the knots too tight. By now the shape of shame may feel more familiar. It does not always scream. Often it edits. It edits memory until one scene shines too brightly and everything else fades around it. Bao let one terrible failure exile beauty from his own workshop. Mai let one stormy sentence stand above an entire marriage. Phuoc turned a hungry mistake into proof that his whole moral life was false. In each case, the suffering was real, but shame made the suffering absolute. That is the danger. Not only that we hurt, but that we begin to believe the hurt has revealed our final identity. The last two stories move into that quieter territory. One concerns the body changing under a person's own hands. The other concerns arriving too late to become fully oneself. So let the breath loosen once more, let the night hold what it can, and come now into the sixth story. Story 6. The Healer Whose Hands Began to Shake. In a hill village where people still called for the local healer before they called for the distant clinic, there lived a man named An, whose hands had served the sick for most of his life. He knew how to cool fever, clean wounds, calm stomachs, listen to a chest, and tell the difference between an illness that could wait until morning and one that could not. He was not a miracle worker, but he was steady. And steadiness earns love in frightened communities. Then, in his late 50s, his hands began to shake. At first, the trembling was slight. A little spill from a bottle, a thread harder to guide through a needle, a brief unsteadiness when holding a spoon above a child's lips. No one else noticed. He noticed. And because his skill had become part of his identity, he did not think, my hands are changing. He thought, I am becoming unsafe. That was the beginning of the deeper suffering, not the tremor itself, the shame around it. He hid the shaking from others, worked earlier in the day, avoided delicate tasks after dusk, invented small excuses. Then one rainy season night, a little girl with a badly infected wound died before dawn. Even though he stayed beside her and did all he could. Later, the district physician said the infection had already advanced too far. The family had waited too long. The roads had been bad. The outcome was unlikely to have changed. But Anne did not remember those facts. He remembered only the tremor in his hand, while the child's mother watched him with desperate hope. After that, shame wrapped itself around every movement. He sterilized instruments too many times, repeated instructions nervously, refused some cases he should have taken, and took others simply to prove he was not afraid. His wife saw the strain before he admitted it. A traveling physician invited later to speak with village practitioners finally named what had happened. Hidden decline, she said, is more dangerous than acknowledged decline. Shame ruins judgment before age does. Those words struck him because they were true. His hands were changing, but secrecy had made the change monstrous. The physician did not tell him to stop caring. She told him to adapt. Take an assistant on night visits. Avoid fine stitching in poor light. Pre-measure what can be measured. Refer more often. Eat before difficult calls. Speak plainly about the tremor instead of hiding it. At first, this felt like humiliation. Then, slowly, it felt like honesty. Anne began telling families, "My hands tire in the dark. I want another pair of eyes with me." He expected trust to weaken. Instead, trust clarified. He was no longer pretending to be the old man he had been at 40. He was an aging healer practicing with truth. The trembling did not vanish. Age kept speaking through the body, but the old inward sentence changed. Not, "I am dangerous," more like, "I must care differently now." That difference saved him, because one sentence is shame, the other is wisdom. Story 7. The Woman Who Thought She Had Missed Her Life. There was once a woman named Tao who reached old age with a respectable life, a decent name, grown children, and no scandal attached to her at all. Yet in private she carried a shame so deep it woke her in the night. When she was young, she had wanted to study literature, not casually, wholeheartedly. She wanted books at the center of her life, not only in the narrow margins left after duty, but illness in the family, money troubles, marriage, children, a husband's practical expectations, and the long machinery of ordinary responsibility drew her into another path. None of it was completely forced. None of it felt completely free either. She told herself for years that she would return to that inward life later kept moving. By the time her children were grown and the house was finally quieter, she had begun to believe a brutal sentence, "I missed my life." Not that she had lost some chances, but that the life she had actually lived was somehow counterfeit. That sentence poisoned everything. If she laughed with a grandchild, shame said even false lives contain pleasant moments. If she opened a book and felt her old hunger return, shame answered, "Too late." At last, her daughter persuaded her to attend a discussion circle for older adults at a nearby temple. There, after several silent weeks, Tao heard the facilitator ask a question that unsettled her completely. "What regret have you turned into identity?" When it came time to speak, she said, "I think I am ashamed of never becoming myself." The teacher, a layman named Min, answered gently but precisely. "There are several griefs inside that sentence," he said. "Grief for what was lost. Grief for the courage you did not yet have. And shame, which keeps telling you your actual life has no dignity." No one had ever separated the pain that way before. She had been calling everything failure. Min asked her to make 2 lists. What was truly lost? What was truly lived? On the lost list, she wrote the study she never pursued, the books she never wrote, the conversations she never entered, the boldness she postponed too long. On the lived list, she wrote children raised, a mother cared for, household crises carried.
poems copied by hand at dawn, private notebooks filled in stolen hours, and the quiet encouragement she gave her daughter to pursue the education she herself had missed. The two lists did not cancel one another. That was the revelation.
She had indeed lost something precious, but shame had committed a second violence by refusing all dignity to the life that had actually unfolded. Months later, she brought her old notebooks to the temple garden and read them under the trees. In those pages, she found not only regret, but evidence that some living part of her had survived all along. Min said, "Do not despise the forms your aliveness had to take under pressure." That sentence stayed. It did not erase grief, it removed contempt. And once contempt loosened, something else became possible. At 70, Dao enrolled in a literature class for late learners. She felt ancient and foolish at first. Then she wrote a short piece about a kitchen before dawn, when the cups, rice jar, and half light on the window witness the unspent mind of a woman who has loved many people and still has one room in her heart that wishes to speak. Her teacher wrote in the margin, "This is alive. Keep going." Dao cried when she read that note. Not because the lost years returned, they did not, but because the old sentence, "I missed my life," was no longer the only one available. A truer one had arrived beside it. I lost some things, I lived some things, and something living remains. For many people, that is how peace begins late. Not by becoming young again, not by recovering every road not taken, but by refusing to call the life that happened worthless simply because it was not the life once imagined. Now the 7 stories have been told. A child hiding behind a broken bowl, a monk lowered by one public blankness, a potter burying his own cups, a widow rehearsing one sharp sentence against a lifetime of love, a novice turning sweet rice into a verdict, a healer ashamed of the body changing under his care, a woman grieving the life she thought she had missed. Different stories, the same wound beneath them. Shame tries to turn part of a life into the whole meaning of a life. It takes one scene and says, "This is your name now," but that is not the only truth available. There is also the frightened child, the tired body, the years of care, the limits of circumstance, the living goodness that shame refused to count. If you are lying awake tonight under your own old sentence, perhaps you do not need to defeat it completely before sleep. Perhaps it is enough for now to loosen its crown, to let it be one witness among others. Yes, something happened. Yes, perhaps there is regret still, but regret is not the whole sky. Your worst moment is not your only name. Your unlived life is not the only measure of the one you have lived. So let the body stop arguing for a little while. Let the shoulders soften. Let the eyes rest in their sockets. Let the breath arrive without proving anything. No one here has to solve an old sorrow before sleeping. No one here has to kneel forever to be honest. If the mind brings back the old scene tonight, meet it gently, not with denial, only with a wider truth. Something happened, and still you are more than that. Let the stories dim like lamps along a temple path after evening prayers. And if sleep comes now, let it come as mercy, not permission earned. You have carried the burden far enough. Rest tonight.
you.